The next group of toms, 722, 723, 725, 739, 740, 748, 749, and 750. Please come to the arena. The next group of broilers, 472, 473, 478, 480, 486, 487, 492, and 493. All right, the last group in this first callback, 494, 496, 497, 499, 506, and 508. Exhibitors, we sure could use some help with the holders. If you'd please just show up at the gate. We'd be more than happy to put you to work. As I said, we're still giving out the little helping hand awards for helping us, so if you have a few moments to spare, we could sure use some help. All right, folks, let's continue with the second callback on Tom, starting with number 700, 704, 705, 709, 710, 711, 719, and 720. Please report to the arena. We need pin 709 for the toms, please. 709. This the remainder of this second callback: 726, 729, 737, 738, 742, 744, 745, 746, and 747. Please report to the arena. We need Turkey Tom 745 and 746, please. And for those in the cattle barn, if you're here with the dairy cow, you have till 12:45 to check in, approximately 10 minutes. Again, you have until 12:45 to get checked in.
Good afternoon, San Antonio. I want to first start out by thanking the Livestock Show for having me back to participate in the 2023 San Antonio Livestock Show and Exposition, and being able to come back and work with your youth from all over the state of Texas as they have worked tirelessly. I'm sure parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles and ag teachers and county agents, you've been working as tirelessly as the kiddos here in the show ring. So first of all, let's give everybody a round of applause for all the effort this far. This project, as everyone knows, it's got skin in the game, knows that it's, compared to the other livestock entries in a livestock show, it's one of the shorter projects, but I will tell you it's probably one of the most intense projects if you do it and you do it right. I tell people all the time whenever I give clinics and seminars that if your family has a communication problem, raise a pen of chickens for 4-H or FFA and you'll learn how to talk, because you will be talking about something. Who fed the birds, who checked them last, who did what, who did the other. So it may not be the greatest conversation that you'll have, but you will be communicating. And that's been, I'm sure, going on for the past 43 to 45 days for you folks here witnessing this show today. To talk a little bit about the show, this morning, how many first-timers? First time to be in the show ring with Poultry Show, not just San Antonio, but raising chickens, period. Good job. Let's give them a round of applause. It's always great to see the new ones. Now for the emotional part for you moms out there. How many are seniors and this is your last show, or this is your last show season? Give them a round of applause. I'll tell you seniors that all the years that you've invested in these livestock shows will probably set you up for a great successful life moving forward. So take what you've learned, the hard work, the tears, the sweat, the laughs, the memories. Take those with you everywhere you go, because you'll always pull something back from these days of showing as you navigate yourself through life. So with that, I thank you for letting me be here. For those that were first-timers, as we went through this morning, the SIF started at 7. We wrapped it up at 10. For those who had no clue what we were doing, I'm going to clue you in, because I've always say, and I like to work off of transparency and make sure everybody knows what's going on so they can look forward and have expectations as they move forward into the future shows. So this morning we started at 7, check-in and sift. And what that process was is I was looking to make sure that first and foremost, you had 3 grade A quality birds. So if we were going to process these chickens in a processing plant, they could be considered grade A quality per USDA standards to go into the marketplace. And what that means is I'm looking for broken bones, bruises, defects, breast blisters, anything that would cause that carcass to be downgraded to a B or even further. So that was the first part of the sift. Once we confirmed that you had grade A quality birds, bringing those in to me, then I went through and I gave you 4 scores. The score range was from 1 to 10, 10 being the best, 1 being the smallest or worst, if you will. I can confirm with you that I gave no 1s and I gave no 10s. But there are some very high scoring pens that will come into the ring here in a little bit. Your scores were a cumulative score of those 4, and that's how we made our breaks. And as I think they announced, we have 112, 113 pens. Well, obviously we can't put them all in the show ring at one time, so those numerical scores allow me to bring them back in groups. I think we've got 4 groups, 4 callback groups to lead up to naming of grand champion later this afternoon. As we look at this class, this callback, there's kind of a wide range. of quality here. I've got some pretty short-breasted birds. The skeleton on the bird just didn't, it just wasn't made. So that hurts the score a little bit. We've got birds that you got a lot of width maybe down at the base, but those birds go into a perfect heart. They taper up toward the, as that meat travels up into the leg quarters. And that's yield that we're not getting off of that carcass. So as I judge, me as a meat judge is what I'm going to call myself, I'm thinking whenever I go through and I feel the breast muscle off of all three of your birds, I'm thinking if I take the boneless, skinless breast meat off of those carcasses, the three birds that you're holding, and I put that meat on a scale and I compare it to the pen that's to the right and left of you, the one that gives me the most yield or the most meat are the pens that move up in the cycle of this contest. So kind of give you an idea of what I'm looking for, kind of give you an idea of the roadmap as to how you got into this callback. Your scores were some of the lower. I think my highest score was, I don't know, 36, 35, 36, something like that, with the four numbers added together. But I will tell y'all that no matter what your score was, and this goes for everybody that's even in the future callbacks, once we get into the show ring here, those scores were nothing more than categorical so I could make these breaks. So just because maybe you got the highest score during the sift, whenever I'm comparing breast muscle yield to the right and to the left of you, there may be a pen that maybe didn't score that 36, 37, whatever it was, that'll be named as the grand champion. So the scores are kind of pitched out once we get the callback breakouts. And so don't count on the score being your final placing, because that's just a numerical break that I can use so I can bring in 25 to 30 pins at a time and make the show ring more manageable. Does that make sense? So with that, thank you. I've got, I think, 6 pins that'll stay for the next level of competition. Everyone that's on the outskirts will be dismissed. Again, nice birds. There's nothing inferior here. Everything that you brought to me today are good quality birds that would go through a processing plant and would be fine in the food chain. But they just don't have the yield that it takes to move up to the next level of competition. So thank you very much for having me. Look forward to working with your kiddos the rest of this afternoon. Thank you.
All right, as we're getting into our turkey tom sift, our placing and going through our 3 waves is what we've got. We dismissed our first wave already. We kept 2 out of the first wave, and we're in our second wave. You can tell that I'm going to keep 4 back in this wave for our final callback here in just a second. We'll go ahead and dismiss these on the back row, but if you would, give these exhibitors a round of applause, as well as those in the first sift that we called, or the first wave that we called back as well. I think Mr. Skaggs did an excellent job of explaining what he does on the broiler side, which transitions very well to the turkey side, except that we're not judging 3 different birds as a pen. We're judging 1 bird. I gave 3 scores. I gave a muscle score, I gave a finish score, and then I gave an overall score from 1 to 10. As Mr. Skaggs said, I was the same way. I didn't have any 1s or 2s. I didn't have any 10s. But the scores are strictly to set up the categories for callback, and they get thrown out when you walk into the arena. As you can see, I've kept 4 back so far, because when you get in here and you're able to compare them side by side, you can tell a lot more differences between those birds, and they get judged, instead of judged 1 at a time as they're coming in, they get judged simultaneously next to each other. So we'll go ahead and dismiss this back row, keep these 4 that are standing to my left, keep them in here, and then we'll make our final callback of the top end, and we'll start working on placing the top 15 and naming your grand and reserve turkey tom. Thank you. I'll give these students a round of applause again.
Okay, folks, this is the start of the second callback for broilers. 407 412 417 419 423 433 434 437 438 and 439. And the final callback for Toms, please report to the arena. 701 702 706 707 708 715 716 and 724. Please report to the arena. Poultry exhibitors, if you have been dismissed, we could always use some help at the back gate here for holders. If you do assist, make sure you get your ticket. But we could always use your help at the back gate. The next group of Toms, 727, 728, 730, 731, 732, and 733. The next group of broilers, 441, 448, 449, 459, 460, 461, 467, 468, and 470 report to the arena.
Okay, is that moving? Look on the broadcaster on number 1. That's it? I don't think that's enough, maybe, but nope.
In the last group of toms in the final callback, 734, 735, 736, 741, 743. Please report to the arena. That should be the entire group of toms. The next group of broilers, 474, 479, 481, 483, 488, 490, 491, 495, and 498. And exhibitors, we could always use your help at the gate as a holder, please. And the next group of broilers, 503, 504, 507, 509, and 510. Please report to the arena. Folks, we could sure use the help of some holders here at the north gate. Certainly use your help.
Good afternoon, Poultry Barn. I just want to give you a little bit more information about our judge today on our poultry. Of course, you know it's Mr. Keith Skaggs. Just a little biography on him. Of course, he went to College Station. He's from Humble, Texas. His occupation is Director of Poultry Sales, United Animal Health Incorporated. Family, Sherry, high school sweetheart, married 30 years. 3 daughters, Aggies, class of 18, 25, and 26. Son, 31, son-in-law, 2 grandsons. Education is from 1994, bachelor's degree in science and poultry, as you can see. One of his major hobbies is hunting, fishing, golfing, and of course, working with kids. Vacation time with the grandsons and mostly family. Accomplishments through his life, numerous awards, Sales of Years 2011 and Golden Feather Award 2019 in the Texas Poultry Federation, appointed by Governor Greg Abbott in Texas Animal Health Commission in 2018. 2022 Former Student Service Award from A&M Poultry Science. Of course, one of his major favorite things to do, as you can see, is work with kids. Just to give you a little biography on our poultry judge today. Thank you.
Few highlights about our Turkey Tom judge, Mr. Glenn Glennard from Rockdale, Texas. Glenn's an ag science teacher, has been for 30 years, currently at Stony Point High School in Round Rock. He teaches veterinary science classes and manages the school barn and oversees the swine and poultry projects. Glenn's been married for 17 years to his beautiful wife Shannon, has 2 kids, daughter Riley and son Jackson. His education, he has a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture from Sam Houston State University. As you probably noticed from his jacket, the logo there. His hobbies and interests, he enjoys doing poultry shows across the state of Texas and raising commercial Texas longhorn cattle. Obviously likes spending time with his family and enjoys hunting and fishing. His accomplishments include finalist for the Agricultural Teachers Association of Texas, Outstanding Experienced Teacher Award, and is currently the Area 12 representative on the Agriculture Teacher Association for the Texas Board of Directors. Some of his favorite things about livestock shows is being an ag teacher, and his passion for the FFA, giving back to the future generations of exhibitors as they come here to the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. And one of his comments is, as an industry, we must unite and fight for all aspects of agriculture and our way of life. Thank you, Glenn, for being here.
All right, as we have our final callback of our toms, I've split up into 3 different lines. If you would give these youngsters a round of applause. Some really good toms out here make my decision a little bit more difficult in trying to find the best tom in the show. But really, when you're getting down to it and you're trying to place the top 15, all of these birds have good qualities about them and can be worthy of being in the top 15. Unfortunately, I can't place 23. I can only place 15. So what I'm looking for when I'm judging toms, since it's an individual animal, is I'm looking for the amount of meat it carries. I want to see a wide-breasted bird, but I also want to feel that breast meat wrap around to the back and have that bulge back there and carry it all the way down to their keel and have a good finish or really good finish over their keel bone, be wide and smooth over that keel bone. So when I'm going through them individually, that's what I'm looking for. The first thing that's going to catch my eye, I guess you'd say, when I'm feeling them is the amount of muscle that they have at the top of their breast. And how much of that muscle, I've got a few birds out here that are wide at the top, but they just don't wrap around and don't carry around that extra muscle towards the back of their, back towards their wings. So I have to make some decisions, and as Mr. Skaggs said a while ago, we're looking for product, and we want to be able to make boneless product and be the heaviest on the scale, which is what we're looking for. What I've done is we had 23 in this final callback. These 8 youngsters, or these 8 young people here in the front of me, as much as I hate to say goodbye to them, I'm going to dismiss them, and they're going to go ahead and leave. The other 15 that are left in here will be our top 15 toms. They are not placed yet, though, but they are our top 15 toms. Give these 8 young people a round of applause. A lot of work to get here. Another judge being in here, any one of these birds could be in that top 15 just based on my opinion today. And I preach that as an ag teacher showing animals, is it's one man's opinion on one day. Okay, tomorrow these birds could have changed. I can tell you without a doubt, there are a few birds in here that I felt this morning that don't feel the same at lunchtime. Okay, so what you do when you get checked in and you're in a pen, if they're not eating and drinking, they can be falling off on you. And there were a couple that did fall off. That's why Mr. Skaggs said the scores are strictly to categorize the birds. And they get thrown out once we get them in here into the arena because the field changes. And I can tell you unequivocally that happened. There was one or two birds in here when I was going through the sift, as I was like, okay, those are probably going to be my top 2 birds. They're still in the top 15, but they're not my top birds anymore. And it's because something has changed in a couple of hours of being in a cage. Okay, so when you're here at a show, and I know I'm probably speaking to the masses, but when you're here at a show and you get checked in, your project doesn't stop once you've checked in. Your project stops when you go across the auction block, honestly. But as far as caring for these turkeys or caring for these birds, your project stops when you're done showing. So don't stop. You know, if somebody needs to go get lunch or breakfast or whatever, send somebody to go do that. But somebody needs to stay with those birds and try to keep them actively eating and actively drinking so that they don't fall off on you. Again, give these eight young people a round of applause. Great birds. I hate to dismiss them, but ultimately I can only keep 15, so we're going to go ahead and dismiss these 8.
Like a tennis match going back and forth. All right, folks, we've wrapped up our second callback. The 6 pins that are out here in the middle will advance to the next callback round, level of competition. Let's give them a round of applause. And then our exhibitors on the perimeter, let's give them a round of applause. They've worked hard. I will tell you, exhibitors that are in this callback, what makes the difference in this callback versus the next one and the next one after that is most all birds in this ring have a large, nice frame on them. You guys can put the skeleton on the bird. Kudos to you. The birds are nice. They're big, framed. Most of them have good width down at what I call base width, down by the head. What starts to separate the pins apart is the amount of taper
come into these turkey toms. There's some really good turkey toms in here. As I said before, I'm not going to beat the dead horse to death, but it's all about mass and meat and finish when it comes to judging these birds. These are your best 15 birds, in my opinion, here in the tom show. Of applause as well, because there were really good turkey toms that did come in here. Ultimately, somebody's got to sift to the top, and for me, that's the ones that carry the most meat and the most mass. As I've always said, when I'm judging broilers or turkey hens or turkey toms, it's all about meat and mass for me. And then from there, we're gonna work towards finding ones that are finished and stuff. And of course, broilers are a little different because you got the three animals or the three birds that you're trying to put together but with a single animal. For me, it feels like it's a fairly easy job because it's about finding the biggest bird out here. And I feel like if you were to put your hands on there, I think you would pretty much agree with the top four that I have. You may disagree with my actual top four placing, but I think you would agree with the top four. When you're sitting in the audience, as an ag teacher, I've sat in the audience a lot of times and watched the bird shows. And you can watch the judge, and you can watch their hands, and if you have any experience whatsoever, you can kind of tell what's going on from the sidelines. You can tell which birds are wider. You can tell which birds are standing here sometimes that are wider. You can see them when they carry them into the pen, whether they're some of the bigger birds. And that's what we've got, is we've got 15 of the biggest toms out here that put it together in the best package and have done a really good job. So again, give all of these youngsters a round of applause. We'll do the Grand Champion, Reserve Champion, top four selection here in just a second. But just so everybody knows where we're at, because I'm going to take and move these 11 here out of the way here in just a second. But to my right, starting here on the end, would be 5th place, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. The young man on the end would be 15th. So that's my placing. If we could keep y'all together, let's swing y'all around over here to the side. My 4 birds that are back there in the back, they have asked that we come right there on the San Antonio logo. So if y'all would move forward to the San Antonio logo, we will go through and do our grand and reserve and 3rd and 4th place turkey toms.
And then I need to read this. Hello, everyone. We would like to welcome you to the 74th Annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. My name is Denise Kellner. I am a volunteer on the Poultry Committee. I am the chairman, and we do appreciate you all coming out to our livestock show this year. We want to congratulate all of our exhibitors for their efforts and achievements. We all know the time and effort they put into these projects. We also want to thank the parents and the family members and the educators and advisors who give so much of their time to these young people. And in addition to that, we have a committee full of poultry volunteers that we would like to thank as well. Today, standing in the rain, the cold, trying to get y'all in here and have this a successful show. Our mission is a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. Because of this dedication and efforts of over 6,000 volunteers, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is able to provide financial support to Texas youth. To date, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo's educational commitment totals more than $243 million. In just a few moments, we will be awarding one of our Turkey Tom exhibitors a $10,000 scholarship. So thank you again.
All right, we're down to our final four. If you would give these four young people a round of applause. Again, as I said, I would hope that you would agree that these are the biggest four toms in the show. How you place them is probably dependent upon your own opinion in regards to what you're looking for when you're picking toms. I have them placed, and I feel like that any four on any given day under any judge could possibly win a turkey tom show. Today, though, I am pleased to congratulate your grand champion Tom and this young man right here, number 730.
Oh, I understand what it is. They're using the arena.
And your grand champion, Mason Canisi, Fredericksburg FFA. Mom and Dad, you here? Come on down.
Congratulations to that young man. For our reserve champion, Turkey Tom, thought about making it to where, you were still trying to decide which end the reserve is going to come from. I decided at this time it was just easier to leave him the same way it was. So my reserve champion will be 731. Yes, sir, congratulations. Third place, this young man, 727. And fourth place, number 708.
And your reserve champion, shown by Colson Mooney, Guadalupe County 4-H. Mom and Dad, y'all here? Third place, Brock Schmidt, Bear County 4-H. Fourth place, Grace Marek, Seguin FFA. Fifth place, Connor Hale, Aransas County 4-H. Sixth place, Taylor Morganroth, Guadalupe County 4-H. Seventh place, Tucker Geishweit, Gillespie County 4-H. Eighth place, Jace Burkholder, Agriculture Science and Technology Academy FFA. Ninth place, Lila Gossett, Samuel Clemens FFA. Tenth place, Matthew Mark, Seguin FFA. Eleventh place, Cohen Champeau, Burnett County 4-H. Twelfth place, Riley Thomas, Blanco County 4-H. 13th place, Bradley Marek, Seguin FFA. 14th place, Tinley Thomas, Blanco County 4-H. 15th place, Carson Krause, Bridgeland FFA. Thank you, ma'am. Yep. Tom
Well, folks, we're starting to wind things down. I took a little bit longer with this callback because obviously the next callback will be my sale lot. And we have to make sure that we're accurate and that we've got the right birds that qualify for the sale and the upcoming auction whenever that happens. So I took a little bit more time, went through the birds on the perimeter. I went through them a couple more times than I did the last one because I wanted to make sure I had it and I had it right. And so I have 9 pens out here that will carry over to the next. My next callback is 28 birds. So I need those 28 plus 7 to get me in to the top 35 that we have to place for a sale lot. So fortunate or unfortunate, there's going to be 4 pens of chickens out here on this 4th callback that will not make the sale. So just wanting to let you know, but I feel very, very good about what we have out here in terms of quality. What sets this callback different from the previous callbacks, in my second callback, I talked about having that super bird and needing, and then the other 2 just not quite matching up. In this callback, and I talked to some of the exhibitors where that was pretty evident, and I showed them, they have 2 really nice birds, but that 3rd one just doesn't give me the meat and the yield that I'm looking for to carry them up to the next level of competition. So as we go forward, they're going to progressively get bigger and the competition will get stiffer. I'm expecting pretty hard work on this last callback as we go to place those because I know the quality that's coming in with those 28 pens that we handled this morning. So again, let's give a round of applause to everyone in here today. I forgot to ask these 2 questions on the last callback, and I apologize from the bottom of my heart. But how many of you in this ring today now are first-timers? Anybody a first-time shower? Be loud, be proud. Come on, 440, raise your hand. Let's welcome her to the show ring in 459. All right, for the tearjerker, let's see the seniors. Who's graduating? This is your last show season. Be loud, be proud. You got big world ahead of you. Congratulations, guys. Well, thank y'all very much. We'll release the back pin or the back line. And as I've told the Livestock Committee, we've been placing the what I call the move-ups, the ones that carry over. We've been placing them over here. So what we're going to do now, because we're in that final callback and I want to be able to place birds here for a shorter walk for all the trophy and awards, we're going to take this group of birds. It doesn't mean that you're in the bottom, because who's to say whenever I start placing you and moving you could move up and wind up over here. But for now, we're going to move this group to this corner, and we're going to work up here. So folks asked me earlier, this is for you in the audience, some folks asked me earlier, are you going to try to scramble it up and play games and all that stuff? I said, no. There's been too much work, too many tears, too much sweat equity put into this project, and I don't need to get in here and confuse you and make your anxiety level go up. So just so you know, whenever I go to place these birds, it's going to wrap around this way, and whenever we get to the end, we'll have our top end on this end of the arena, and it'll place categorically down to 35th place. So just so you guys know what you're looking at, there's no secrets, full transparency, and appreciate you guys working with me and giving me the time to work with your kids today. Thank you.
Exhibitors, if you've been dismissed, we could certainly use your help at the back gate as a holder. We'd very much appreciate it. Also, folks, if you would kind of bear with us for a few minutes, going to take a little bit longer on this final callback as we need to verify the wing band numbers of the birds currently in the ring plus everyone that's coming in. And we still have, oh, it's a different one. Oh, I'm sorry. We have another lost phone. So if you're missing your phone, please come up to the stage. Folks, we could certainly use some help with the holders if some of y'all would certainly like to participate. We'd sure appreciate the help. I believe we need 3 holders in the ring as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the start of the Hens show. The following pins, please report to the arena. 3, 4, 5, 10, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 30, and 32. Please report to the arena. Folks, our judge for the Hen show, Mr. Daniel DeLeon from Hondo, Texas. We have 153 hens entered this afternoon. The next group of hens, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 43, 62, 63, and 68. Please report to the arena. The next group of hens, hen 76, 77, 79, 80, 121, 122, 123, 133, and 151. Please report to the arena. The following broilers, please report to the arena. 404, 406, 409, 410, 411, and 416. Exhibitors, if you've been dismissed, we could certainly use some help at the gate with some holders. Next group of broilers, 420, 422, 424, 425, 431, 432, and 435. Please report to the arena. Exhibitors, if you've been dismissed, we could sure use your help at the gate. And exhibitors, if you do help, we have a little reward for you, along with, if it would help you in your endeavors, we could get you a community service letter to help along with your scholarships or whatever else you may be pursuing. The next group of broilers, 436, 442, 444, 452, 453, and 457. Exhibitors, if you've been dismissed, we could certainly use your help at the gate. We could sure use some holders. Final group of broilers, number 463, 465, 476, 477, 482, 484, 485, 502, and 505. Please report to the arena. If we have any willing committee members like to help out as a holder, please go to the north gate.
Howdy. All right, guys. Thank you all for having me out here again. It's been a real pleasure to judge out here with Glenn and Keith again, another year. Yeah, in this first callback, our birds along the outside of the ring, they had some good pieces, whether they carried a lot of meat throughout that rib towards the spine, or they're a little bit wider. They might have lacked a little bit of length, or they had breasts that tapered back. when we got back towards the tip of the keel. But overall, it's a good set of birds. If we can give these kids a round of applause. As we move through the day, not to reiterate everything that Glenn and Keith have been stating, but I am just looking for that bird with a lot of mass. Whenever I picture these turkeys as I'm feeling them, I just picture myself filleting out those breasts and seeing how much product we have in that breast meat. So as we go on throughout the day, we have turkeys that are just a little bit wider, longer, have more meat in there as we go through. So these 5 birds we're going to keep for the next callback to compare those to the class coming in, and we'll dismiss these kids on the outside of the ring. So thank y'all.
Okay, folks, this is the start of the second callback for the hens. 2, 6, 7, 9, 11, 14, 24, and 25. And folks, the broilers that are in the ring right now represent the best birds in the show. So if you're still competing, congratulations for making it this far. Good luck, and thank you for coming to San Antonio. The next group of hens, 27, 29, 31, 34, 40, 45, and 46. Please report to the arena. The next group for the hens, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 54, and 56. Please report to the arena. Next group of hens, 64, 65, 66, 71, 72, 82, and 88. Attention dairy barn. If you have a truck parked on the side of the building, you need to get it moved as soon as possible or else it will be towed.
The last of the second callback will be 71, 72, 82, and 88.
Just a little information about our turkey hen judge. We have with us today Mr. Daniel De Leon from Hondo, Texas. He's currently a graduate research assistant. His wife is Catherine. He has a degree from Texas A&M, class of 19, poultry science. He is currently seeking his PhD in poultry science at Texas A&M. He loves hunting with his family and his dog Lady, and he loves judging turkey shows. Some of his accomplishments were national champion poultry judging team back in 2016, and second place team in 2015. He's coached more than 2 other national championship poultry judging teams. His favorite thing about the judging at the stock shows are the children, the young exhibitors, and how he gets to play a part and hopes to make an impact in their life. One of his last comments is, seeing that output, you never question if you are in the right industry, and you help make sure it stays thriving. Thank you, Judge De Leon, for coming to San Antonio.
Tess. All right, if we can get a round of applause for these kids in the ring. These birds are a little wider. We have more meat carrying out through that rib. When we get some of these that I pulled out, and these 4, they might not, some of them might be as wide as a couple out there, but just the amount of meat and how deep that breast is and how much meat fills up my hand, it's kind of what set them out above the rest. And as I go through every class, I'm going to fill each bird twice, and then I know a lot of us probably trying to get out of here, but I do make it a point to try to spend like a good 15 seconds with each kid, kind of giving them something to take back home whenever they're reading and picking their birds out for next time, just if they can learn a little tidbit here and there. Because, I mean, while each of these exhibitors, you know, can't make the sale or do as well as they want to, like each one, there's a few of y'all out here, whether y'all parents or grandparents or friends, where, I mean, that's their whole world. So just for me to spend 15 seconds where I can give them something positive is kind of what I'm trying to do as I go out throughout the class. So if we can give a round of applause for these kids on the outside as we dismiss them, we'll bring in the next class.
Poultry exhibitors, I got our third callback on our turkey hens. Number 89, number 90, 92, 94, 101, 102, 104, 105, 107, and 109. If we could please clear the south side of the barn so the exhibitors can move through freely with their birds, please. Thank you. Okay, guys, over here on this side of the barn, if you could see my hand waving at y'all. On that side of the barn, if we could clear the aisles so they could move freely with their birds, please. third callback on turkey hens, number 112, 116, 124, 129, 130, 131, 138, and 139. Please bring your birds to the arena. Last of the third callback, turkey hens, number 140, 141, 144, 145, 146, 148, 149, 150, and 152. Please bring your birds to the arena.
All right, if we can get another round of applause for these kids. They're doing well. This class is very similar to the last class. We do have some water birds out here, and just how deep some of these turkeys are. We are packing a lot of product into the ones that are out here in the middle. We're going to keep them back for the last class. And if we can give a round of applause as these kids on the outside walk out. Thank you all.
Okay, the fourth callback on hens, number 19, 21, 22, 33, 42, 55, 57, 59, and 60. Please report to the arena. The next group of hens, 69, 75, 81, 85, 86, 93, 96, 100, 106, and 113. And the next group, 117, 119, 125, 128, 132, 134, 135, 136, and 153. Please report to the arena. Okay, exhibitors, very important, do not get out of place unless you're asked to move. Also, please remember, you need to take a picture before you leave. So please remember that. I believe it's in the back corner. Photograph both. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about at the point of the show everybody's been waiting for. At this point, though, we're very happy to have some of our executive committee on hand. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to our Poultry Committee chairperson.
Good afternoon, and thank y'all for hanging in there with us today. We're at the time where everybody's anxiously waiting to see the results. Again, we would like to thank you to the 74th Annual Stock Show and Rodeo. My name is Denise Kellner. I am the chairman of the Poultry Committee, which entails broilers and turkeys, and then a big support team behind us to make this show happen for y'all. We want to congratulate all our exhibitors for their efforts and achievements. So if you'd like to give them a great hand of applause, that'd be great. And again, we also want to thank the parents, the family members, the educators, and the advisors who give so much time in sharing their knowledge in order to have successful projects. And any project is successful when you're able to come to San Antonio. Our mission is a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. Because of the dedication and efforts of over 6,000 volunteers, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is able to provide financial support to the youth of Texas. Again, to date, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo educational commitment totals more than $243 million. More than 19,000 students are impacted annually to further their educational and agricultural goals. Right now, we will be presenting a $10,000 scholarship. And here we go, Keith. I'm going to turn it over to the judge. There you are.
I was hiding from her. Well, first and foremost, I want to say a big thank you to San Antonio Livestock Show. Probably it is my favorite show, and I'm not saying that just because all you guys are here, the executive committee, but I've judged a lot of shows around the country. And I'll first say nobody does it like Texas, for sure, when it comes to showing animals. Then you get inside the borders of Texas and you get to San Antonio, and it is, in my opinion, the smoothest run, well-managed show that we can participate in as exhibitors, as judges, as volunteers, and it's because of the volunteers and this executive committee that drives this ship. You know, they didn't just start last week putting this thing together. I'm sure that as soon as this one draws to a close in the next week or two, they'll already begin planning 2024. So it is a full-time, 365 job. So let's thank the executive committee, the volunteers, one more time. Their effort to support the youth is phenomenal. Now on to the show. I've been telling you since this afternoon when we got started at noon that last callback was going to be high quality, high impacted birds. And I could see that this morning in the sift when they came through, but as everyone knows, they come in at random. And based on the scores, again, this morning, it qualified them to bump up into this final callback. Once I got the quality all in one ring, it got really tough. You saw me working this section over here, working it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, because there are probably millimeters difference in the length, the width, the depth, and the taper of these birds that separate these top 5 pins. I would say these top 5 could probably go to any show around Texas and fall in this top category with birds of this quality. So let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Not only the top 5, but for all those that are in the show ring today. Now, lastly, I'll ask the question, because this is the last callback, and we're about to bring it to an end. How many of you are first-timers ever to set foot in San Antonio Livestock Show with a pen of chickens? Raise your hand. First time. Be loud, be proud. Thank you all for being here. It's great to see new ones come in. Now, again, for the tearjerker, how many seniors, this is your last time to step into San Antonio Livestock Turf? Be loud, be proud. Moms, dads, get pictures. As I said before, as seniors, you guys take what you've learned over the years and apply it to your life. As I said earlier, the blood, the sweat, the tears, the anxiety, the late nights, the early mornings, the when you just didn't want to go out to the chicken house, but you did anyway, that shows your integrity, shows your work ethic, shows your moral fortitude to get to where you want to be, and that's to reach a goal to step on this AstroTurf. So you've done well. Take these memories, take these experiences, take that work ethic everywhere you go, and you'll do well. Let's move forward. As I look at the top 2 pins, I guess we want to bring 3 out. Is that what you want to do? Let's bring 3 to the cowboy hat. 477, 457, 484. Y'all come this way. Very impressive pins of birds here. Like I said earlier, pin 4 and 5 are running close to these right here, but for space we'll have these 3. As I went through these birds, as I said earlier, the things that I look for is the length of that breastbone, because that's the structure. That's what we have to put meat on. So the longer that frame, the bigger the skeleton, the more potential we have of putting pounds of meat on that carcass. The next thing I'll look at is that base width down by the head. If that bird's upside down, the way I've been judging this afternoon, the more width you have at the base, then I want to look and see how much of that carries up in between the leg quarters. These birds carry lots of meat. There's very little taper in any of these pins. Obviously, they can't carry all of that base width, otherwise they wouldn't be able to walk. But these birds carry lots and lots of meat, and there's very slight variations. And what set these pins apart, 1 through 5, is that little bit of taper between one or 2 birds. You saw me swapping some birds within the pen, trying to get and categorize them. I even had one young lady, whenever I handed her the bigger bird, she said, wow, this one's heavier. So she could even feel the difference from the previous bird she was holding. So that being said, we're going to award grand first. Very good. Well, our grand champion today is going to be this young man, number 477. Congratulations, sir. Not only is he grand champion, but he ought to get the hard luck award, because I think he swallowed about a half a pound of chicken poop whenever he was walking in the gate earlier. So if there's a hard luck award, he deserves it.
And your grand champion, Jensen George, Kirbyville, FFA. Mom and Dad, y'all here?
Congratulations. Right up next, our reserve champion is going to come in. Again, these birds were just millimeters and ounces, not even probably grams, different in terms of breast meat yield. Our reserve champion is going to be pin number 457.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Nice birds.
Thank you.
Very nice birds. Where are you from? Bernie?
And your reserve champion, J.C. Welch, New Braunfels FFA. Mom and Dad, y'all here?
Again, folks, thank you very much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. And hopefully we'll see you sometime soon. Thank you all again.
All right, folks, moving on down the line. Third place, Annika Fairchild, Bernie FFA. Fourth place, Kobe Hansen, Williamson County 4-H.
All right, I need to stay on one side or the other.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I don't get out of order.
Fifth place, Landon Flasowski. Sixth place, Travis Magura, Comal County 4-H. Seventh place, Sophia Hurley, Lavernia FFA. 8th place, Lauren Scott, Hondo FFA. 9th place, Carly Kelso, Canyon, New Braunfels FFA. 10th place, Ray Schaefer, Comal County 4-H. 11th place, Meredith Korsinski, Victoria East FFA. 12th place, Preston Phillips, Canyon, New Braunfels FFA. 13th place, Cash Lipke, Canyon, New Braunfels FFA. 14th place, Cecily Hanselka, Guadalupe County 4-H. 15th place, Jamie Maureen, Full Shear FFA. 16th place, Brody Dooley, Fayette County 4-H. 17th place, Nicole Lee, Wilson County 4-H. 18th place, Tyler Patterson, Agricultural Science and Technology Academy FFA. 19th place, Paxton Morgan, Lavernia FFA. 20th place, Clayton Russell, B County 4-H. 21st place, Kirsten Popham, Floresville FFA. 22nd place, Luke Binky, Fayette County 4-H. 23rd place, Jake Schultze, Guadalupe County 4-H. 24th place, Grace Marek, Seguin FFA. 25th place, Everett Kopecki, Lavernia FFA. 26th place, Charlotte Hagee, Canyon, New Braunfels FFA. 27th place, Marshall Ehlers, Canyon, New Braunfels FFA. 28th place, Hunter Simon, Weimer FFA. 29th place, Sawyer Kelly, Bear County 4-H. 30th place, Maddie Wilson, Walker County 4-H. 31st place, Keegan George, Kirbyville FFA. 32nd place, Bradley Marek, Seguin FFA. 33rd place, Trent Elbrock, Lavernia FFA. 34th place, Caroline DeCook, Comal County 4-H. And lucky number 35, Jennifer Clark, Harris County 4-H.
All right. For this turkey class, I'm glad I'm not judging showmanship, because the kids in this class especially showed the butts off these turkeys. So clap for them for sure. It's really nice to see a bunch of kids just knowing what they're doing and, you know, coming with their game face on, coming to play. Getting down into this class, these three that I'm holding back, usually what hits me the most is just that base width. So some of these turkeys right here are just really wide at the base, and that's something I enjoy seeing. Then our young man on the end, just the amount of meat that carried back through that keel was ridiculous, and I just had to pull him. So give a round of applause for these kids as they make their way out, and we bring in the next class.
All right, folks, we're winding down, rather. Our turkey hens, like you to have us, or bear with us for a little bit. We're going to start reading wing bands of these hens as they're coming in, so it's going to take a little bit longer than normal. So if you would, just bear with us for a while. Okay, folks, following hens, please report to the arena. 1, 8, 23, 28, 70, and 87. Please report to the arena. All right, the next group, turkey hens, 95, 97, 98, 99, 103, 108, and 110. Also, I know some of you exhibitors may be or very soon entering the ring. If you have a Helping Hands ticket, would you please meet over here on the south end gate under the Turkey Arena sign here shortly? Thank you. And the next group, 108, 110, 111, 114, 115, 126, and 127. And the remainder of this fifth callback, 137, 142, and 147. Folks, we need broiler pin 425. They placed 15th in the broiler show. Jamie Maureen from Full Shear, FFA. We need your picture taken if you're still in the barn, or if you know her, if you could get a message to her maybe about coming back and getting her picture taken. Thank you.
All right, guys. Sorry for keeping y'all so long. I'm working through these birds. As we're placing them, we get over here, and just to let y'all know right now, we have 39 over here. And as we work our way over here, we get higher up in placing before we bring out those top 15. So as we get through these birds, still looking for that width. Some of these birds were a little different shaped. There's a lot of differences in those depths in some of these birds that I'm pulling up. And just that amount of carry back. It'll be really interesting to see how some of these play against those top 15. Excited to see what we find in this last callback. So let's give a round of applause as we bring in that last class.
Okay, this first group in this final callback, please report to the arena. 26, 41, 44, 53, 58, 67, 73, and 74. Please report to the arena. And the rest of them. 78, 83, 84, 91, 118, 120, and 143. All right, folks, the birds that are in the arena right now represent the top birds in the show. So if you're still competing, congratulations for making it this far. Good luck, and thank you for coming to San Antonio. Okay, folks, before we turn it over to the judge, I'd like to introduce Denise Kellner, our Poultry Committee Chairperson. So, Denise.
Thank you. I know y'all have been waiting all day for this. You've gone through the horrible cold rain this morning, and now we've finally come to the conclusion of the show. Again, we want to welcome you. This is our 74th annual stock show and rodeo. Donnie had introduced me, and I would also like to call out Courtney Richardson. She's the sub-chair of the Poultry Committee, and Garrett Hunter, he is our superintendent. And behind us, we have several people in pink shirts around here that y'all have noticed today that provide the support of the Poultry Committee to accomplish this show. Again, we also want to congratulate all of the exhibitors here today for their efforts and achievements. So if we can give them a round of applause. And then as we move forward, we cannot forget the parents, the family members, the educators, advisors that get these kids up in the middle of the night to go feed in all these weather conditions and to give them consultation on how to achieve these successful birds. Again, our mission is a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. As I mentioned, our Poultry Committee in the pink shirts, there's a cumulative 6,000 volunteers throughout the grounds that support all these different species of animals. To date, just to re-emphasize, San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo's educational commitment totals more than $243 million. As I mentioned earlier, again, we have another $10,000 scholarship that will be awarded to a turkey hen exhibitor. And with that being said, I'm going to pass it over to the judge.
Thank y'all guys. I know y'all are probably really tired to see my face out here. But as we work through, we had our last class stay out. So as we work over from left to right, we have 39 over there. We work up and to our right. Up here we have our top, our upper half birds start over there on the left, or right, work our way down. 6 is right here. And then for these final 5 back here, really these 5 through 3, really hard handling. We had good width in all 5 of these birds, and just the handle that those 3 had was a cut above the rest. Super hard to the touch, had good base width. They just might have tapered a little bit, been a little flat, maybe not as deep as these up 2. These top 2 right here, Randy Travis wrote a song, Deeper Than a Holler. Some people think it's about love. I think it's about how deep these 2 turkeys are. Super deep, so much meat in there. Super wide. We get up this one right here. Super wide. You think you're staring at the back of your daddy's dually whenever you look at how wide that bird is. And with that being said, I'll be the first to congratulate Brock, Grand Champion Turkey 10.
And your grand champion turkey hen, excuse me, Brock Schmidt, Bear County 4A. Mom and Dad, y'all here? Come on down.
And for reserve, I'd like to congratulate Garrett. Good job, man.
Thanks. And the reserve champion, Garrett Scott Hondo FFA. Congratulations. Mom and Dad, y'all here? In third place, Colson Mooney, Guadalupe County 4-H. Fourth place, Afton Harlan, Travis County 4-H. Fifth place, Blake Burkholder, Kendall County 4-H. Sixth place, Haley Padalecki, East Central FFA. Seventh place, Brooke Reiniger, Guadalupe County 4-H. Eighth place, Carson Krause, Bridgeland FFA. Ninth place, Madeline Martin, Lavernia FFA. Tenth place, Ashlyn West, Lavernia FFA. Brody. 11th place, Brody Pfizer, East Central FFA. 12th place, Mackenzie Lutz, Jordanton FFA. 13th place, Taylor Morganroth, Guadalupe County 4-H. 14th place, Ava Jensky, Gillespie County 4-H. Also, kids, please don't forget to take your picture when you leave, okay? 15th place, Amber Elbrock, Wilson County 4-H. Sixteenth place, Marshall Ehlers, Canyon, New Braunfels FFA. Seventeenth place, Clara Gossett, Samuel Clemens FFA. 18th place, Preston Phillips, Canyon, New Braunfels FFA. Nineteenth place, Jace Burkholder, Agriculture Science and Technology Academy FFA. 20th place, Wyatt Burkholder, Bear County 4-H. 21st place, Carson Kaufman, Guadalupe County 4-H. 22nd place, Tyler John, Lavernia FFA. 23rd place, Claire Martinez, Navarro FFA. 24th place, Brooklyn Carr, Lake Creek FFA. 25th place, Brody Arnold, Comal County 4-H. 26th place, Travis Jensky, Gillespie County 4-H. 27th place, Tucker Geistwhite, Gillespie County 4-H. 28th place, Cohen Champo, Burnett FFA. 29th place, Charlotte Burkholder, Bear County 4-H. 30th place, Thatcher Line, Brazos County 4-H. 31st place, Paisley Burkholder, Kendall County 4-H. Thirty-second place, Emma Linsman, Guadalupe County 4-H. 33rd place, Sage McKinley, Lake Creek FFA. 34th place, Chloe Knippa, Williamson County 4-H. And lucky number 35, Christopher Kramer, Gillespie County 4-H. Thank you, sir. You bet. Folks, that about does it for the show today. Thank you for coming to San Antonio.